Hello, 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 and oops, I see my webcam. I forgot to turn that one on. My bad, my bad. All right, let me fix that. Gonna take a second, but thank you all for being here, hanging out. Hope you're all gonna have a wonderful stream. We're gonna be playing some more of the what's the game called again? The farmer was replaced. Yes, that's the title. It's a bit of a strange title, but that's what we're gonna play. And it is deactivate, activate camera, and I should be back. There you go. Wonderful. All right, there we are. Welcome everybody. Once again, we're gonna be playing The Farmer Was Replaced today again for the second time. We played this for the first time 2 days ago. Yesterday I took a day off. The day before that we played some of it. And thanks to all the wonderful people in chat, we actually got to do some stuff. I mean, I was able to figure out, I guess, a relatively large portion of it myself. But there's also a lot of stuff that I was like, how the hell are we supposed to do this? And without people in the chat, I definitely would not have been able to fix that all by myself. So that's awesome. Yeah, it's basically a game where you start off with only one tile of farm plot, and you have to have your drone farm it. You have to have your drone gather the grass, turn it into hay, and then with the hay you can unlock upgrades and unlocks for specific commands or whatever, or you just get a different crop type like carrots, for example, or bushes or trees or whatever, and you have to make sure that you gather more of all of that to unlock more and more and more and more until you learn the very, very basics, I suppose, of this Python-like language, I believe. And that's basically what you're doing. So that's what we're gonna do right now. I feel like my webcam is a little different than usual. I have to sit like very high. I feel like. All right, anyway, let's play. There you go. Let's continue. And I did play a little bit in my own time on a different save yesterday, just to make sure that I didn't like forget all the lessons, basically, right? And as you can see, messing around save, streaming save, and I did fix something, or well, not necessarily fix something, I made something better. I made it a little bit more efficient, I suppose. Well, not efficient, easier to read. So this one is not that important. This one right here, this is just to clear the field, right? That's just a clear field command that we use every time we test something out. I put that underneath my webcam because it's not important. This one right here, the main, that is what we did last time. This is what we made during the first stream of the game. Well, partially again by myself, partially with help from chat. But yeah, this is what I did. And if we run the command, there you go. Then this is what we get. Pretty cool, pretty cool. So yeah, we get trees on every like 0 and second tile. Like, because it goes like 0, 1, 2, right? And then it does the same thing over here, but then it starts at the other one, because trees cannot be planted right next to each other. Otherwise, it will slow down the growth of the trees. So that's why you have to plant them like that for, optimal growth speeds. And in between, we put the hay and the carrots, because those are other things that we need for upgrading stuff over here. You need like different resources, like I mentioned earlier, to upgrade things and get more like commands and learn more and everything. And yeah, this is what we were able to do last time. Now, it works. It works. But I realized that we could make this slightly more efficient, this code anyway. Like, this is a very long list of words, right? Lots of sentences, lots of copy pasting the exact same thing, right? Because for each of these, I'm basically using the same thing but slightly different. The first one, you know, is this one where I plant the grass and the trees, and this one is carrots and trees. And this one is grass and trees again, carrots and trees again, grass and trees again, carrots and trees again. So it's basically the same thing over and over and over again, just in a different tile, different column. So this is what I did in my off time. And it does the exact same thing. There you go. Perfect. So yeah, there's a pretty big difference there. Between the code we made on stream last time and the code that I made yesterday, after, you know, remembering what all we've learned and using what we've learned to make it a bit more efficient. And as you can see, it is a big difference in code. Now, I don't really know much more than this, so today we're probably gonna fail often trying to learn new stuff. But yeah, it works. It works. I'm pretty happy with it. Alright, so this thing is gonna have to go, right? This is my testing one. We're gonna copy that one. There you go. Let's pause that. Clear the field. And we're gonna just go all the way like that. There you go. And delete that. Because we don't need it anymore. There you go. We don't need none of it. There you go. And now we can just run this one. That is our main. We're just going to have that run, do its thing. Because, well, we need the resources, right? We need the resources for upgrades. So, there we go. Alright, perfect. Wonderful. Good to see everybody here, by the way. I haven't said that yet. J-Operas, Varesha, good to see you here. I know you wanted to see the last one live, so good to see that you're here now. Tony, welcome back, of course. Brand, Kingbo, welcome. Katu, hello. Cosmic, welcome back. Good to see you again. All right, cool. Could we not place the clear above... Wait, what? Could we not place the clear above the while true? Oh, you mean automatically clearing it every time you do the command? I mean, I suppose that is an option. I never even thought about that. I suppose that that would be an option. So yeah, then there you go. We'll do like this. Would that work? Well, it does start on that one then. Strangely enough, it like starts where the drone... Yeah, because the drone doesn't actually go to the first tile immediately. But I suppose it still works, because no matter what, it will always place stuff on... You know, the designated tiles on like, you know, east 0, 0 first, and then, you know, going up. So I suppose this works, yeah. And I guess it's also possible to have your drone move to a certain location. Like you might be able to have them move to the first tile, and but I don't think that'll be necessarily. But yeah, cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just put this one in the main for now, I suppose. As well. There you go. And then we clear. Perfect. Yeah, I don't know why it starts over there, but I'm not calling it a bug. I'm calling it a feature. That's how it's supposed to be, right? It's a feature now. Wonderful. As a C++ dev, the lack of however you're supposed to pronounce those in English would drive me absolutely insane. Why is that? Do you use those a lot in that language? I have zero knowledge about any of that, so yeah, I wouldn't know. Right, anyway. Where were we last time? Last time we unlocked carrots, trees, printing a word, and I believe you could also print it into like a text-based note or something. I don't really see the purpose of that myself. For debugging, I guess. I didn't really understand this bit. Like, I don't see the point of clicking this, having it stop somewhere. I don't really see the point, personally. Oh, wait. Accidentally typing something. I didn't mean to do that. Did we accidentally get rid of that as well? Alright, there you go. Let's keep that there. I don't like that if you're zooming in and out, that it's, that you have like adjust all the windows again. Kind of annoying having to do that every time. Adjust them to the right spots and everything. The greatest part is you also don't need to define your variables. The greatest part about what? What do you mean? Let's see. So yeah, what was this again, actually? The print function. Can also be very useful for write any value passed to it directly into the air. Yeah, that was like, okay, I guess. Print the current position. Print function prints the value directly into the air and to the output page. Yeah, okay. See, I don't really see the point of that, personally. I guess it's supposed to help you with debugging or something, like see where something stopped working or whatever. Or what it did and didn't do, I suppose. Right. I'm not going to spend any time on that right now. Alright, we also did the operator stuff. Yeah, that already got a lot more complicated. That is where we spent quite a bit of time reading through all of this, trying to make heads and tails of it. Yeah, that was a lot to learn. Some of it was very obvious, like, you know, the true and false statements that I kind of understand. The bigger or you know, smaller, that makes a lot of sense. Comparisons, yeah, I mean, that makes sense too. That's the true or false stuff. This did not make sense because I honestly don't even remember ever having done this in school. I forgot what it's called in English. But yeah, in het kwadraat or whatever. Like, I don't remember ever having done that in school. I don't think I've had. I don't think I've had done that in school, to be honest. Wasn't in a very high fancy school. Which, there you go. And yeah, all of this, well, yeah, most of this all makes sense to me. That's all fine. And then this one is the newest one we learned with the senses. That's the newest one we learned, get position. We haven't actually used this yet. the get position or num items. I don't even understand like where I use this. How do I use this? Returns how many of an item you have. I don't even know what that means. Returns how many of an item you have. Like it like reads how many items there are or whatever, and then it tells you like, hey, you have 10 of them. Like, how is that supposed to be helpful? If that's what it is. Items, hay, returns how much hay you have. Yeah, I don't get it. Get entity type, ground type. That is what we have been using already. We're using that like over here. Get ground type. And then if it is grassland, then till. So that bit we have been using. Num unlocked. Going to find out how many particular unlocks you have. Use num unlock. Lock function. Unlock speed will return the number of speed upgrades you have. Yeah, because so you can like... Apparently we can also like lower the speed of the drone or make the map smaller and back bigger again or whatever. I don't know why you would want to do that. Personally. I don't really get that. But yeah, that's where we left off. And now we can learn things like, yeah, set speed for the drone and a world size, apparently. Set world size, set execution speed. Timing, pass time equals get time. No idea. Variables. That's probably the first one I want to unlock now. I mean, it only costs 35 carats. And we have about 37,000. So I think we got enough. I think we've got enough carrots to unlock that one. What do you guys think? We can also get water. Water is good. Gotta hydrate. Alright, before making a decision, let's read chat, because I missed a couple of messages. Just talking to myself here. Or well, to you guys rather. Let's see. When you run a code but it crashes at a certain point, you can place a red dot to stop the code to a certain place. They can read the values and see if they match with what you expect. Frequently called squirrely braces. Oh yeah, like braces. Yeah, squirrely braces. Okay. And yes, this game is based off of Python, and as such, it is scoped by indentation. Scoped? Indentation is like the is like this, right? The things in between, that's indentation. Like the space bars, basically. Sort of. And let's see, what else were you saying? Scope by indentation. So while in this game you go into and if statements by indenting, in C++ and most other languages you do this by putting the inner code within the brackets, within the braces, and you must end each line with the column thing. Okay. Right. Yeah, so it's... I suppose it's... yeah, you don't make the pyramids. You don't make the pyramids with words, basically. You just put everything within these braces and use the column thing at the end. Right. Right. I don't know. I feel like this would be much easier to read. Sort of. But I guess it depends on what you're used to as well. And I guess that's why Python is also considered to be a more like beginner-friendly type of language, right? Because it might be easier to read as well. Power off. I do like that it forces the indents, so it's easier to read, at least for you. Yeah, exactly. The amount of grass would be handy if if you say, if you have more than 50k, I don't need more grass, so plant something else. Oh, right. But if I have 10k grass, I need more grass, so plant grass again. All right. Yeah. Right. So I could say plant grass. Hold on. I'm trying to think in my mind about the right words to use. So what I could say is, if the grass is less than a certain number, harvest grass and plant grass. But, you know, or else, you know, if else or whatever, or if that statement is not true, then do carrots. You know, something like that. Oh yeah. That's true. You could do something like that. Interesting. Let's see. That's a lot of carrots. It is. Should be good for my eyesight. That's a really good point, especially for robotics and smaller projects. For entry developers, it is very nice. However, it has also meant that spaces versus tabs cause problems. Python, Go, and Julia are all meant to be easy for beginners. Go and Julia? Are those other languages? I've never heard of those. I've heard of Python, but not of Go or Julia. Never heard of those ones before. It's easier to get in, but to master it is hard again. This is my first time learning Python. My very first language was BASIC, way back in high school. Then is college. It was a Visual Basic, C#, Smalltalk. Smalltalk, is it another language? And many others you forgot. All right. Well, let's get to it, shall we? All right, so what are we gonna do first? Let's take a look at this one. Let's take a look at the variables. 35 carrots only, so we can do that. Next plant equals entity bush. Right. So we could say plant something and then next plant equals, you know, you can plant a carrot or whatever. Plant next plant. All right. Variables. Variables. Let's zoom in a bit. It's a bit. There you go. Make this a little bit smaller. There you go. That one over there, the main one. This one over there. Perfect. I want to be able to read it, but... Alright. Variables. Can be thought of as containers that can hold a value. Okay. The equal operator is used... is used to declare the variable and store a value in it. Right. Okay, store a value in it. Hope they give an example. Oh, I think they do that over there. The left-hand side of the operator is the variable name. Okay. You can give it any name you want. The right-hand side is the expression whose resulting value will be stored in the variable. That makes no sense to me yet. Declare a variable named strange A and store the value 5 in it. Okay. Yeah, so you give something a word or a letter, an A, and A equals 5. Okay. Declare a variable named B and store the return value of can harvest in it. B equals can harvest. Do not confuse the equal operator with the equal operator. That one checks whether two values are true or false. Yep. Yeah, so if east %2 equals 0, that's what we're using right there. Yeah, those are two different operators, two different things we can do. Checks if it's true or false. This one assigns the value on the right to the name on the left. Okay. After a variable has been assigned, you can use it in the code to retrieve the value it contains. Right. A equals 5. For I in range A, do flip. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I is supposed to be like east, I believe. In these examples. They use like I and J for east and north. For X and Y. So in this case it says for east in range 5 do flip. Now I'm not sure what that 5 is supposed to do then. 5 times. The above loop is executed, 5 times before A, because A is set to 5. Right. Okay. Yes. Right. So it's done 5 times. The I in the for loop is also a variable that is automatically assigned the current value of the sequence at each iteration of the loop. It doesn't have to be called I. You can give it any valid variable name. Okay, wait, that I don't understand. The I in the for loop is also a variable that is automatically assigned. Okay, right. It kind of lost me there. I know I did. We kind of did this last time. You know, this bit. But I never quite truly understood how that worked. So. Yeah, this can be like any word, any letter, any whatever, I suppose. Like I and J. In range, get world size. But then, like, how does it know to go up and down? Like, if it can be any word, any letter, then how does it know to do that? Because everything else is the same in the sentence. So I suppose it knows how to do stuff because of this, right? Because of this bit. That's what's actually causing it to go up and down. Alright, anyway. Yeah, so we can change that to whatever, apparently. Variables also let you do the same thing with a while loop. Yeah, so with what we're already using. So A equals 5, I equals 0. While I is lower than A, do a flip. I equal I plus 1. What? Hold on. Yeah, so I is 0. If it's lower than 5. Yeah, if it's smaller than 5, it will do a flip. Okay, right. Very confusing. Yeah, to move north and move east, that's what's going. Yeah, true. Honestly, I forgot about those. I honestly forgot about those. Yeah, that means up or, yeah. That's true. I completely forgot about that. Okay, I don't really understand this example. I mean, I know what it means. Like, if smaller than 5 do flip, then this bit kind of confuses me. Like, 0 equals 0 plus 1. That kind of confuses me. This does the same thing as the for loop above. You just have to increment it manually. Note that the increment I, we set it to its own value plus 1. Changing the value of the variable based on its previous value is something very common. It can be abbreviated using the operators. Plus equal, minus equal, times equal, divided by equal, percentage equal. Ooh, this is already giving me a headache. So I equal I plus 1 is the same as I plus equal 1. Definitely lost me there. Definitely lost me there. I don't understand where that 1 is coming from all of a sudden, like... So does this mean that every time it does a flip, it increases by 1 or something? Is that what it means? Let me see what you guys are all saying. Lots of friendly chatter. Good. Let's see. So I will become the current I, for example, 0 plus 1. So after the command, it will be 1. Yeah, so after using it, after it having been used, instead of I being a 0, I becomes a 1. And then after that, I becomes a 2 and I becomes a 3. Right? It like adds 1 every single time for some reason. I think that's how it is. Programming, you can say x equal x plus 1 and it's fine. You can say you're given an instruction, set x to the value of x plus 1. Yes, it increases by 1. Okay, yeah. Okay. Alright, then at least I kind of understand that. But, I mean, I kind of still don't understand this one, though. So I plus I, or I equals I plus 1 is the same as I plus equal 1. For some reason. Okay. And A equal A divided by 3 is the same as a divide equal 3. Okay, so it just shortens it. Still don't really know why, but okay. Right, so I don't really know how to use this new knowledge. Other than we can make things... Oh. Other than we can make the code, like, smaller. Right? Like, I could write something like... like, maybe an entire command or something equals a letter. Or whatever. Maybe. So it just would be a lot smaller or something. That's maybe how you could do it. Alright. Let's see, what is the next thing? Lists. Use lists since the store lots of values. Plant entities, grass, bush, entities, tree. Right. Make lists. But define your own functions. Define, do 2 flips, do a flip, do a flip. And then do 2 flips becomes a new command. Yes, right. Yeah, that stuff is gonna be useful as well. It kind of feels like this kind of does the same thing, maybe? Question mark, sort of. Unless I misunderstand how the variable stuff works. Let's see. The plus equal can be thought of as a shorter way to do the same as the I. Yeah, okay. I equal I plus 1. Yeah, so it's just a shortcut for writing that whole thing. Programmers love to come out shorter ways. Yeah. Wait. You basically said the same thing. That's funny. It confused me for a second. I thought it was the same message almost. All right. All right. I don't want to mess with that yet. Because I kind of want to use this information first. Somehow, somewhere. So while I is smaller than 5, do a flip. Yeah, I'm not sure how to use this information yet. Chat, any examples of how I could maybe use this in our current setup? In our current code? I'm not really quite sure how to use it. Or why I would. A lot of cases you would use it for counters, like if this tile is a carrot, add 1 carrot, add 1 to carrots or something like that. Right. But I think this game gives you direct access to your number of carrots, though. Yeah, it says the number right there. Variables are used to save a value to a name. Define functions are to remove code repeating. Right, yeah. Yeah, so how you use to save a value to a name. Yeah, a value specifically. Yeah, so that's for values specifically for numbers. Right? And then the definition stuff is for, like, entire codes, basically. So I should just unlock the codes because that is very useful, probably. All right, functions. To use the define keyword, use a def keyword to define a new function. Def f arg1 arg2 equals false. Function code. Okay. You can use the call operator to call the function f42. Okay. Also see scopes to learn about the local and global variables in the function. Name scopes. Oh my god, it's a lot of information again. All right, hold on. We were still doing this one. Let's read this first. Okay. F is short for function. Arg is short for argument. Well, if you want your robot to know how many carrots you have to either count your carrots or look up the carrot count. Yeah. Yeah, if we want our robot to gather a certain amount and then stop gathering them, then we can use that information, I suppose. We can do that. We've already seen built-in functions like harvest. You can also define your own functions, which allows structuring your code in a modular way. It basically allows you to give a name to a block of code, so you can call it from anywhere you want. Functions definitions. For example, you could define a function that moves the drone several times. Define move and dir for I in the range and move dir. Okay. The def keyword signals that this is a function definition. Move and dir is the name that the function gets bound to. So can be any valid. This can be any valid variable that will be used to call the function. And dir are parameters. They are variables that hold the values that are passed into the function. These values are also called arguments. You can add as many parameters to a function definition as you want. After the that one comes the code block that will run when the function is called. All right. After it comes the code block that will run when the function is called. Oh, right. Yeah, this bit here. Right. I see. While the above definition, the following code with the above definition. I can't speak or read English today. With the above definition, the following code then moves the drone 10 tiles north, 2 tiles west. Wait, what? Is that what this accomplishes? What? That confuses me a bit. With the above definition, the following code then moves the drone 10 tiles north and 2 tiles west. Move and dir 10 north. Okay. When you see def function, you should really think of it as a variable assignment like this. function equals create new function object. Like with all assignments, you can't use a variable before it was assigned. Def statement has to run before any function calls. This code will throw an error. Func def func pass. Right, yeah, you're asking it to run a code that hasn't been defined yet. Right. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alright, let's see. What are you saying? Your current code not necessary. F short for function, argument for argument. Yep. Came from the Discord. How are y'all doing? Doing good, I guess. I mean, we haven't really done much yet in the past. Wow, almost 50 minutes already. Jesus. We've really just been talking about what we've done last time. And just reading some of the new stuff that I unlocked. Trying to make sense of it. Let's see. It basically tells the drone to move n number of times in a set direction. Right. Yeah, so move north, but I don't know. This stuff confuses me a lot. Because I'm guessing n means north then, or move n there. This stuff really confuses me. Or is this the code that they're running in this example? In this example, you know, this is the code they're running. It confuses me that they're saying it like this. Like, in my mind, they should have put this above this sentence. Then it makes sense, right? Show me the example first, and then tell me, with the above definition, the following code. I mean, I guess the following means the one below it. That is very confusing language for me right there. That is very confusing to me. Yeah, so this, what does this actually mean in this context? Move and there. Definition, move and there for I in a range n, move there. It just seems like a very complicated way to say move north or move east like we've done here. But I guess instead of just move one tile, you can say move 10 tiles. Move a number of tiles or something. Move a number of tiles in direction. Move a number amount of times in direction 10 steps into the north direction. Yeah, okay, so now I get it. Yeah, it's really hard to understand when they don't explain this like I'm a baby, right? They have to explain this like I'm a child because I have zero knowledge about this. With zero knowledge, how do I understand what this means? How do I learn what it means? But yeah, move north in direction, basically. That is a command that you're creating with this. Yeah. This command creates the move and there, which allows you to move in a direction. or I in range, move. That is what that does. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now I kind of understand how it's supposed to work. The only reason why I even know this game stuff, is because I have 130 hours on the game as of now. That's a lot of hours. My goodness. Are you just messing around a lot with it, like trying to make things like random things, or is there actually that much content available? Because I just assumed that after the tech tree, you're basically done. Like, I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want after that. Do just funny business, but after the tech tree, you're basically done, right? With the game, I'm assuming. Let's see. It's fun seeing someone get into it for the first time. I've long since forgotten what it's like. It's cool to be able to see it again in someone else. Nope, mainly just debugging. It's good to create function names that are descriptive. Tell a bit of what they do, what they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, wait until you get to the leaderboards. Right. Yeah, but like that is, I guess that is like optional stuff, right? Like I see the unlock tree as a campaign mission for the game, right? And then after the campaign, there's sandbox, but sandbox is optional. It's not like the game itself, in my opinion, anyway. If that is accurate. Okay, anyway, let's keep moving. Let's keep reading, because there's a lot of reading to do. Yeah, so create function. This is what we've read. Return values. Use the return keyword to make a function return a value. Still not quite sure what return even means, what it does. For example, the following function defines the exclusive OR operation. The following function defines the exclusive OR operation. The exclusive OR returns true if one value is true and the other one is false. So definition XOR AB, return A exclamation mark equal B. So if XOR true or false, do flip. Topless, allow returning multiple values. Okay, this made 0 sense to me. I have no idea what it means. I have no idea what it's supposed to do for me. Alright. Default arguments. You can also assign default values that will be used with no argument, if no arguments are passed. Assign default values that will be used if no arguments are passed. Definition F A equals false. If A, do flip. Right. F that. F that. F true. An argument that has a default value cannot be followed by an argument that doesn't have a default value. The way this is written is very confusing to me. Advanced function usage. Functions are values just like any other value, The def statement just acts like an assignment statement, assigning the function to whatever name you give it. This allows doing things like definition F, definition D, do flip, return D. I'm missing a lot of context here. I don't really understand this at all. The return stuff, I don't really get that. Use the return keyword to make a function return a value. What does that mean? What does returning a value mean? For example, the following function defines the exclusive OR operation. The exclusive OR returns true if one value is true and the other is false. The exclusive returns true if one value is true and the other one is false. Okay, so it's a definition. Yeah, okay, so you can use it instead of this. Maybe, right? Do I understand that correctly? Like, definition, you know, whatever name you want to give it, the XOR, and then in the thingies, you can do, you know, this one, I suppose, and can harvest or something, or like if true A, or if false B. Oh man, this is confusing as hell to me. I'm trying to make it make sense, but it doesn't. You can have something like fn next number, var x return x plus 1. It is a function that tells you what is the next number. So if you had a function named add that you pass to values into it, it would add them together and return the results. Returning a value is like the output or resulting value of a function. Okay, you pass two values. You're surprised how beginner friendly the documentation is? Well, for me, this is very unfriendly, personally. For me, none of this makes sense without help from chat. Like, if nobody was in chat, if nobody was here to help me out with half of this stuff, I would not be able to get anywhere. So, I'm really, like, stuck here in understanding how it works. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever, half of this stuff. Very confusing. I mean, I guess I just have to try something and see if it works and learn from that, maybe. But I don't even know, like, what example I would use for that to try and learn. All right, let's remove this. We already have a. Actually, no. Let's keep that one there. Let's make a third. There you go. Just do this one. Testing 2. Oh, can't even write anything properly anymore. Testing 2. There you go. All right, so what are we even gonna like try and do? We're gonna have to try like make like a definition for something to test something, I guess. Yeah, let's use this example, maybe. Let's just like kind of copy paste that example, I suppose. Yeah, so if so define test. I was gonna name it test. There you go. Definition is gonna be called test. There you go. And then we're gonna have to put like something that is, you know, whether or not something is there, I suppose. So, How can we do that? Like if there is grassland or something, or if there is tilled land or whatever. Like I can just write like an entire code in between this, no? Like we can copy this. If get ground grassland. Identifier is expected here. What's identifier again? What do I mean by that? Then B. Or when it's false. No, you are setting an argument, variables for function to use. Oh, am I misunderstanding this? Yeah, I just have really no idea how we're supposed to use this. Like this return stuff. Like this kind of makes sense to me. Kind of. But not really. But this makes no sense whatsoever. You can make your own shorthands for some of this stuff. Like def is around grassland. Right. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, hold on. So the return stuff, I'm gonna ignore that because that is just confusing the hell out of me. The return value thing, that is confusing as hell. Let's just do the simple definition stuff first. Relatively simple anyway. So, definition gross. That's what we're gonna do. Definition gross. And then like this, or do we have to do it like this? Maybe. So definition gross. And then like we do this. Like equals. When using gross, it does this one instead or something. Then I could put this code like before this basically, and then whenever I write gross here, it will understand that I mean that one, right? Or am I wrong? I'm just gonna need that clear command again, because that's why I had it in the corner actually, is because then I could just like use it whenever instead of having it run before the code. What do you want your function to do? Well, I want it to conquer the world, but that's probably a bit ambitious. There must be a colon right there. Okay, yeah. So that one. And then I want this to be gross. I think. Gross, that one. You would have to return the longhand, otherwise you can't get the value of gross. What does that mean? Returning the longhand. It's not a valid statement. Well, F you! Your mother is not a valid statement. Alright, sorry, I'm getting frustrated. Okay, how do I make that a valid statement? What am I doing wrong here? Or am I still not understanding how it's supposed to work? Definition, do flips. Do 2 flips. Then the command, okay. Alright, so yeah, that is the command, that is not the... Okay, so this is about like a command specifically, not about like changing the definition of a word or whatever. This is just so confusing. We haven't been able to do anything yet this entire stream. Last time we had so much progress. Now I'm just stuck everywhere. I'm missing a bunch of conversations, I think. Let's see. You can make your own shorthand for some of this stuff. Like definition is definition is ground grassland. Play around a print function. This is the best place for print, so you can see what things do. How am I supposed to use print for this? Like, the problem with everything, literally everything right now, is I just don't know what it is. It is just not explained, in my opinion, in a beginner-friendly way. For somebody who has zero coder knowledge, who is not a native English speaker, so I have to translate things words I don't understand, and then also have to understand it in a way a coder would write it. Like, I just don't understand 90% of this. It is just not explained properly for someone like me, I feel like. Let's see. What else are you guys saying? Finding functions is useful if you have some code you want to run multiple places, but without copy paste. Right now, your code doesn't have that much repetition, to be honest. So I don't know what would be good to use that for. So all examples are gonna seem a little convoluted right now, maybe. For a function to return a value, you have to say return the value you want in your code, typically as part of the last function. You do harvest and a plant a few times right now. So if you wanted, you could make a function, a harvest and plant function that does both in one go. Or if you think writing get ground equals ground grassland would look better as just is grass. You write a function for that. Shorten the code. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was, sort of what I was trying to do. Like, I was just trying to replace this bit of code, like that tiny bit, basically, with the word grass. That's basically what I was trying to do. In a cleared window, start with a definition, add AB, then under that, have a tab and say return A plus B. And after all that, without indentions, put print, add 5.8 and run it. I'm not sure what that would do. I don't understand what that would do. All right, we'll try that. Sure. I mean, right now I just feel like completely stuck. Last time I had a lot of fun playing this, honestly, and like learning. But now I feel like it's so poorly explained. I have no idea what I'm doing. Honestly, zero clue. And it's really not as much fun as it was last time. Return A plus, return A plus B, And then after all that, without indentions. Oh. So without indentions like this. Print. Add 5,8. Yeah, like this. Not a valid statement. Print. Oh, wait, I wrote the wrong thing there. Okay, I see. It was supposed to be this. Alright, 13. Yeah, so now what's that supposed to do? Alright, it writes 13. Why was I doing that? What was the point of that exactly? I have to look for all the names in chat now because there's a lot of different little conversations. I want to hop into a voice chat and like draft stuff up in a Google Doc or something so bad. Right, yeah, I mean, I still don't really know what to do with this or how to use it. This information, really. I still have zero clue as to what this is supposed to do. Hmm. Yeah, I'm really stuck. I'm really stuck. We haven't even done anything today. What about the scope stuff? They mentioned that as well. I'm just gonna read that for now. Just get my mind on something else. Scopes determine which variables can be accessed from where. Scope is basically a mapping from names to values. They work basically the same as in Python. There's a global scope and each function has a local scope. When you define a variable, it gets added to the current scope. Anything outside of the function definition is considered part of the global scope. Assigns a value of 1 to a name X in the global scope. This definition statement assigns a function to the name F in the global scope. Yeah, okay, yeah, this one, okay. Definition F, right, function. Assign a value of 1 to the name Y in the local scope of F. Y plus 1. Assign a function to the name G in local scope of F. Definition G, pass. F retrieves the function stored in F from the global scope and calls it print Y. This print statement is a global scope throws an error because Y was never declared in the global scope, so it can't read it here. No idea. Man, I'm so stuck right now. Like, nothing of this makes any sense whatsoever for some reason. Last time, everything made sense in a way. Or I was able to somehow understand it. This feels beyond me or something. This definition stuff. Loops and branches do not create their own scopes. Yeah, I have no idea what that means. Let's try something else instead of these new definition things, because that is all just it is too difficult for me. I just do not understand anything whatsoever. Let's unlock pumpkins instead. That should be fun, maybe. Maybe we can actually do something fun, clear our mind or whatever, because I do not understand any of that whatsoever. Oh, we're gonna have to change these again. I'm just gonna get rid of this. That was... Don't want to be reminded of that. There you go. Put that away, put that away. What do you want to do with your code? Nothing. I'm literally just trying to understand what it's saying in the documentation, but I just do not understand what it's saying. I just do not understand what they mean. It's just not as friendly for a beginner as I was hoping it would be. I just do not understand any of it. I'm not trying to do anything specifically. I'm just trying to learn what it actually means so I can use it in the future, but I don't. Pumpkins grow like carrots on tilted soil. Planting them costs carrots. When all the pumpkins in the square are fully grown, they will grow together to form a giant pumpkin. Unfortunately, pumpkins have a 20% chance of dying once they are fully grown. So you will need to replant the dead ones if you want them to merge. Okay. So you plant them on tilted soil with a 20% chance that they die off and they need to be replanted, harvested and replanted or something. Okay. Right. And they can merge if all in one square are fully grown, if they didn't die. Okay. When a pumpkin dies, it leaves behind a dead pumpkin that won't drop anything when harvested. Planting a new plant in its place automatically removes the dead pumpkin. Okay, so you don't need to harvest it. You can just do plant instead. Right. So you can do plant pumpkin. But if get item type dead pumpkin or whatever, then well, no, then it should plant no matter what, actually. Never mind, hold on. I'm getting ahead of myself. But okay. Removes the pumpkin, so there's no need to harvest. Can harvest always returns false on dead pumpkins, right? Right. Okay. The yield of a giant pumpkin depends on the size of the pumpkin. 1 just yields 1. Why the 1 times 1 times... Oh, right. Like the the dimensions, the tiles. Yeah, on a 1 tile... On a 2x2 tile, yeah, okay. On a 3x3 tile, 4x4, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, 1 pumpkin, 8 instead of 4. Yeah, 4 tiles usage. 9 tiles, 27. Okay, right. An n(xn) pumpkin yields n times 6 pumpkins. or n is greater than 6. Greater or equal to 6. Okay. So does that mean that like a 5 by 5 is like the highest or whatever? Or a 6 by 6 is the highest? Highest possible amount. After that, it doesn't yield anything more than that. It is a good idea to get at least a 6 by 6 size pumpkin. Or at least. So it does yield more. It's a good idea to get at least a 6 by 6 size pumpkins to get the full multiplier. That means that even if you plant a pumpkin on every tile in a square, one of the pumpkins may die and prevent a mega pumpkin from growing. Okay. Right. Okay, let's try and do that. That should be a lot more fun than trying to understand that other stuff. I could try and understand that on some other time later in the stream or in my free time trying to understand it, I suppose, if necessary. So let's get that one. Hold on. Let's call this weeds, or well, hay rather. Hay, trees. Hay, trees, and carrots. Carrots. There you go. Hay, trees, and carrots. That's a command to get those. All right. And this will be my testing one. And then here we'll write the command for the pumpkins later so we don't lose it if we are using the testing one, right? Pumpkins. There you go. All right, let's do 6 times 6 pumpkins. There you go. Let's try that. All right. So, I mean, we could do this a very simple way, probably. Let's first off, let's get rid of some of this code. Some of it, not all of it. The beginning can remain, the end can remain. And I suppose these bits can remain. And it has to be on tilted ground, actually. So this bit has to stay as well. There you go. And this one needs to be there as well, then. All right, because what does this code do again? This one, you know, goes east. Oh god, I forgot what this actually did. But this one. Yeah, it does now the tilling. Well, hold on. What we'll just do this one. What does that do again? Oh yeah. Right. I remember. Yeah. Yeah, it does every other one. That's what this does. Right. Yes. Yeah, okay. That's what that does. It does on every 0. Yeah, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Yeah, that's what that code did. Right. And this one did every one. So here it does nothing, here it does something, here it does nothing, here it does something. Right, okay. I just had to be reminded of that real quick. All right, perfect. So this could be a good first start for your first function. For the definition, you mean, or something? Yeah, I'm just very confused by that. I just don't know. I'm gonna do this first, and then maybe later we'll try to make things easier for later. But for right now, I just need to clear my mind a little bit. Because I was getting very frustrated. Alright, so, yes. Tilling the ground. That works. Great. That's done. And then... I mean, I guess we just wanted to plant pumpkins. Yeah, plant and or harvest, of course. Oh geez, hold on. I just need to cheat a little bit and look at what we've previously done, because I'm getting a little bit confused now. So yeah, if north, oh yeah, we need to use that one as well. Yeah. Oh wait, no, this one was for doing the same thing, but yeah, so we don't need the if north thing. That is not necessary. Yeah, we really just need this one, I suppose. But then replace the tree with pumpkin. And then we do the same thing over here. All right, so what does that do exactly? Too much indentation. Right, yes. That can be on the same one. All right, so what does that do? Why does it skip that first one? Oh, because of that, right. Yeah, so now it plants automatically, of course. It plants and harvests basically every single time. Except when it's a dead pumpkin. Yeah, it only harvests the good ones. It's skipping the dead ones right now, right. Yes. Alright. Right. Okay. So, an easy way to solve that would be if... wait, which one do I use for that? Item... Is that supposed to be an item? Or like how? Use a dead pumpkin. Dead. Is that a thing we can do here? Get entity type. If entity dead pumpkin. There you go. Okay. So equals, right? If get entity type, and then we need to do this one. If entity type equals dead pumpkin. Blend pumpkin. I think that's what we need to do. Remove that one. That is right. That is okay. Let's check that out. still skipping the dead pumpkin. Okay, so that is not working. I thought we didn't need to clear this. Hold on. When it dies, it leaves behind a dead pumpkin and won't drop anything. When harvested, planting a new plant. Okay. Oh, right. But it doesn't count as a harvestable, I guess. There's no need to harvest it. Yeah. Can harvest always returns false on dead pumpkins. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So it returns false when can harvest. And that's why it's skipping it. So, this one would need to be on its own. What if we do this one like before everything else? Does it then does something like that maybe works? If we do it like that. Too much indentation here. Is there? Too much indentation here as well then. And wait, why is everything too much now all of a sudden? Okay. Then I guess these ones are too much as well. And then all of this is probably too much as well. There you go. Wait, why does it only... Okay. Alright, this is not really what I wanted to do, but I mean, I guess it kind of works. When does it decide to move on? I guess after having removed a dead pumpkin or something, or... Okay, that's... I mean, it is... Yeah, I think it moves on after having removed the dead pumpkin or something. Or after having... I'm confused by that. Okay, but it is kind of working, in a way. It's kind of working. Right. But not quite. All right. So how do we fix this? All right. First off, we don't need this bit anymore. That's redundant. We don't need that anymore right now. Right? Yeah, so this is just the same thing as we had a little while ago. Yeah, now it just keeps going. Oh, okay, yes, I see. I see why it doesn't move on properly now. I mean, it was saying earlier that the indent was wrong, that it was too large or whatever, so we had to make it smaller, but too much indentation. All right, but this one has to be like above these ones. Yeah, so I think now it might be right. Wait, why is it still skipping that first row? Why is it doing that? Maybe the clear is messing it up. Yeah, I think the clear was messing that up, actually. There you go. Alright, so at least we fixed that now. Yeah, it's still skipping the dead ones. We haven't tried to fix that yet. There you go. Alright, so now we try and fix the dead ones then. Alright, so if can harvest and if ground type is grassland till harvest anything on that row and plant pumpkins. That is what we have right now. That's what we have right now. Then maybe we do the other one over here. Like this. If get plant and if get entity type dead pumpkins, plant pumpkin. Or is that what we tried earlier? Did I mess that up? I honestly don't know. Let's see. Does this work? Alright, it moves on to the next one each time. That's good. That's what I want. No, it still skips the dead ones. If it can be harvested, then it is not a dead pumpkin. If it can be harvested, then it's not a dead pumpkin. Yeah. I'm not sure what to do with those dead pumpkins. It was kind of working earlier, kind of, when I put it all the way in the front. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. Clear doesn't make it skip to the first column. It is the 4 range position. Replace that with 4 north, and that should fix the problem. Well, it's already fixed right now. Right after removing the clear, then it worked fine. So, I mean, after removing the clear, now it doesn't skip the first one. Now it immediately does it. But if I put the clear back in there, I think it will skip again. So clear. Here, it skips the first one with the clear in there. But if I remove that one, then it does work. Anyway, back to the dead pumpkins. Let's see. Yeah. Maybe change the second if statement to check if it's dead and then do what you need it to do. Well, that's what I'm doing here, right? Like, what, the second if statement, you mean? That one? Switch it around. Never mind what I said. I would check for that ones first. Yeah. Let's check what functions you get with senses. Maybe you can see what is below you. Well, that's what I'm doing with this now. Get entity type. Find out what entity is underneath the drone. And if entity type equals dead pumpkins, I want it to plant pumpkins. I think that is good. That should be good code, I'm pretty sure. I think the problem is it says if can harvest and then this one afterwards, right? Could that be the problem? So like I tried this earlier as well, but I put the indentation like a higher priority or whatever. What if we put it like on the same level, basically? What if we try this? Then we can remove this again. What if we try this? Ah! It does work. It removes the dead ones. But it doesn't plant new ones right now. Okay, yes. So it removes the dead ones, but it doesn't... Wait, no, it does. But sometimes it doesn't. Why does it sometimes not plant them? Wait, what is... Why does it not plant them there? Also, this bit is redundant now as well, isn't it? Just like double, basically. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing to harvest, so it doesn't plant, right? Right. But there used to be something to harvest. Yeah, I guess that's where the dead pumpkins have been or something. But the strange thing is, in the first row, it seems... Oh no, it's skipping that one now too. It seems really random. Sometimes it seems to play as one, other times it won't. A little bit confused as to why, let's see. If get entity type, all right, so that bit is working though, I think, right? Plant pumpkin. Oh wait, is it in the wrong indentation? Is that why? It should be in, yeah, it should be here, I think. Let's see if that fixes things already. Don't know if it will. Might. No, it doesn't do that one. It doesn't do them in a diagonal line, it seems. Oh, okay, now it just... now it just doesn't do anything anymore. It's even worse. It seems even worse than it was before. Okay, right. So, if dead, it replants them. If can harvest, it will harvest and plant entity pumpkins. Right. Right. So what am I doing wrong here? It's because of the 2x2 pumpkins get the gaps. Because of those. Oh, right. Yeah, because there's nothing to plant there because the big pumpkin that got destroyed, there's nothing to plant there. And that's why it cannot harvest and cannot plant. Right. Okay. That makes sense now, yes. Okay. So, if this... and get ground type equals entity dot wait, no, that's the wrong command. If ground type equals ground can we see that in here? Grassland. No. Alright, we have to do the grounds first, I guess. Hold on. Grounds dot soil. There you go. If it equals that, plant pumpkin. If and. Wait, no, this is and. So only if both, right? Only if both are true. It'll plant now. Or, yeah. Or. Exactly, yes. Why didn't I think of that? Alright, so now I think it should theoretically work. Let's see. It should not leave any open spaces anymore. After destroy... Oh, wow, that's a big one. There you go. Yep. Alright, so that's one problem fixed. So now the dead ones are being replaced. And any open ground is getting planted again as well. Wonderful. It would do it if either were true. With or, you mean? Yeah. Alright, perfect. So this is working. Now we're gonna have to get the next problem, I suppose. Because we are now harvesting the pumpkins one by one. And, well, some of the big ones that are automatically created. But it would be ideal if we could only harvest if it's a 6x6 pumpkin, right? Because they get the most out of it. They get the most amount of resources out of it. Apparently. So how would we possibly do that? Also, we got some pumpkins now. Let's see, can we do some upgrades maybe? Drone speed, no, that's maxed already. We have like a bazillion grass we can upgrade. There you go. with the trees. Expand the farm. Oh, we have a bigger farm now. An 8x8. And we need 8k pumpkins for the 12x12. Okay. Carrots. There you go. Trees. One of those. More pumpkins. Yields. There you go. Oh. We got polyculture and cactuses now. Okay. Well, we're still working with the pumpkins. All right. So how the heck will we do that, chat? If it's like a 6x6, how would we do that? How do we have the drone replace every dead pumpkin and only harvest once the entire 6x6 is a pumpkin? Okay, so we are already running this code. This will make sure all the pumpkins get replaced. That's good. That is good stuff, right? Let's see. Is there like an only option? Only? No, I don't think so. Def, no flip, else, entities, for ground type. Can we look for an 6x6 pumpkin type? Is that an option? Like, can we specify the size of it or whatever? Like, that would be great. That would be an easy solution to the problem. But it doesn't look like it. Okay. No easy solutions here. Let's see. What are you guys saying? This is where the num items, or what it was called, becomes relevant. Oh, maybe. Like number of pumpkins. Yeah, so a 6x6 is 36, right? So if 36 pumpkins in the level, then harvest or something. Possibly. A function. You can make this easier with a function. Grow n size pumpkin. Size of pumpkins. What? Right, first, get myself some more tea. You mean the definition thing, right? That's what you mean with function? Oh God, we're back to that stuff. All right, let's just have this run for a while. Just get some more pumpkin resources. It's already doing a pretty good job, to be honest, of mixing them. Not bad. All right. Anyway, so you're saying grow n size pumpkin, size of pumpkin, but how do I? I don't understand how. Could I not just do, like, if pumpkin, like, if entity type pumpkin equals 6 by 6 by 6, then harvest. Would that be an option, perhaps? Is that something that we could do? Maybe, possibly. Actually, I'm gonna move this code over here real quick so we don't lose it. There you go. It's not really what we're looking for, but it kind of works. There you go. Sounds reasonable. Well, first we need to write something else. We need to check every row if there is no dead pumpkins. And when it does, and when it goes every row and no dead pumpkins, then you can harvest, yes. Yeah, you need to make sure. Right. Well, I mean, it's going to replace all the dead pumpkins anyway, every time. So if you somehow were able to check for the 6 by 6 by 6, then... Or the 6 by 6, rather. Let me just see if it's even like... If it's like registering as something you can do, I suppose. Alright, so if get entity type equals entity pumpkin, and then we do like 6 by 6. Would that work? Or I don't understand why I would have to do the extra 6, but like over here. But I guess that is the yield. Yeah, 5 by 5 yields 5. Okay, right. I read that wrong, I guess, but yeah. If entity type equals pumpkin 6 by 6. Harvest. Land. Entities. Dot. Pumpkin. I don't know if this works this way, but it would be really awesome if it did, because that would be a very easy solve to you know, for what I want. That'll be a very easy solve. I doubt that it's gonna work, but let's see. The colon is expected there. Where? There? Seems like a strange place. No. A code block must contain at least one statement. Right. Statement can be a function call like harvest. Well, we have that. A code block. That's this. Colon expected here. Do you want us to do a colon there? Colon is expected there. What? Alright, so I don't think this is working. Unless we need to do it like this or something. No. I don't know if this is even possible. Can you see the yield if you hover your cursor over a pumpkin? Maybe. I mean, you can see it with grass. Yeah, 8 for the smaller ones. Yeah, 64 for the bigger ones. So like maybe you can do if yield equals this number or something. Let's see. Check out lists. Yeah, I don't have those yet. What do you think that will be helpful? Function to check the yield. And then 666 or whatever. Yeah. Maybe. Let's see, the yield stuff. Or the list stuff, I mean. Or was that? This one. Let's see. Lists are easy ways to store multiple values in a single variable. List equals 2, comma true, comma items, hey. The list now contains 2 values, true, and item, hey. List can also be empty. Empty list equals brackets, okay? Being empty. You can access the element of a list by its index. The index is 0 for the first element, 1 for the second element, 2 for the third. Right, so this is number 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Plants, carrots. List equals entity tree, entity carrot, entity pumpkin. Plant list 1. Yeah, okay, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, so carrots is then 1. Right. How's that more useful? I guess it's just smaller than entity carrots, I suppose. You can iterate over a list using a for loop. Following example sums all the elements in list. List 4, 7, 2, 5. Sum. Not sure what that's supposed to say. Sum or sum? Sum. Okay, yeah. When you zoom in, you can read it. Otherwise, it's too tiny. Sum equals 0. For number in list, sum plus equal number. Or greater than number. Sum is now 18. What? List equals 4, 7, 2, 5. Sum equals 0. What? Okay, yeah, this combined equals 18. Okay, I see. Yeah, so for number in list, sum greater or equal than number. Sum is now 18. Okay, that's kind of makes sense, but not really. The following list methods allows you to add or remove elements. List append element adds an element to the end of the list. List 2, 6, 12. List append 7. This is now... Okay, so you can add to it. Okay. Remove elements. Remove 2 from it. Just insert. Okay. Insert one item wood. Okay, items wood, right. Reference semantics. Variable assigns the same list object to a variable rather than making a copy of the list. If two variables reference the same list, changes to the list will be seen by both. A equals 1, 2, B equals A, B dot pop. A and B are now both 1. What? This makes no sense. Okay, I have no idea how this would help me. How making a list would help me with the pumpkin stuff. I'm not quite sure how that would help. With a list, in a list we can make an XY grid where we store if a pumpkin is dead or not. How the hell would we do that? Oh, if entities pumpkin append remove pop insert. That's for lists, I guess. Remove pop insert. Well, I don't think that'll be useful, right? Unless we can do it like this, maybe. Or whatever. Alright, so you're saying we can make a grid using the lists somehow? Somehow we can make a grid with that. How would we do that? Programming is cool because there's so many different ways to solve a problem. Yeah, except my ways of solving the problem don't seem to work out. So that's a little sad. My way doesn't work, apparently. Like, how do I tell it to look for the size of the pumpkin, basically? You think I was on the right track with the 6x6? Yeah, I just don't really know where to go from here. Like, it makes sense to me, the 6x6 thing. Like, if it is a 6x6 pumpkin, harvest plant. That makes sense to me, but for some reason it's not like maybe I don't know, 6x6 entity. Okay. Well, the problem is now it doesn't harvest anything. So now we would need to do if entity type equals entity gross, harvest, right? Okay, I mean that kind of does what I wanted to do. What about this? Too much indentation, or not enough indentation, maybe. Yeah. Let's see. Try to call something that is not a function. Common mistake that can be caused is to have a variable the same name as a function. Yeah, so the 6x6 is like messing it up. Isn't enough indentation there, it says now. Gosh darn it. Isn't enough indentation here, right? Why is it behaving like this now? Okay, hold on. Okay, I mean, this is kind of doing what I wanted to do. But you know what? I'm not tilling the ground right now. That is a problem. That's a problem. What we're not doing over here. We're not tilling the ground. We got to till. Otherwise, it's not going to do a pumpkin anyway. That is what we need to do. Too much indentation now again. Yeah, I mean, game, you don't know what you want. You keep telling me it's not enough. It is enough. It needs to be more. Okay, well, yeah, that is a problem. Too much indentation there. Dude. Right, too much here. Then it does that. Why is it doing that? Oh, Lord. What am I doing wrong? Is there not a function for checking the yield of the current tally? I don't know. Not for as far as I'm aware. My goodness. Yeah, we just need to do this. We just need to do this down here again, I guess. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Like this. No. No, that is also not working. What? What is the difference? It's basically the same. It is the same, isn't it? Get any type X that pumpkins or get ground soil blend me. If entity type entity. Okay, right. This bit is different, right? Okay, yeah. If can harvest, yeah. Okay. So if entity type equals pumpkins. Oh yeah, that's what I was trying to do earlier. If it is pumpkins, yeah. Right. I forgot about that. Right. That is why it's messing up now, I guess. Let's put this back like this, right? Yeah, the number items. You think that is what it does? The number items thing? Yeah, because that stuff really confuses me. I'm really not sure. Well, this is not it. What about this though? No, I don't know. Let's see. Where was that again? The items thing, the number items. Here, okay. Num items returns how many of an item you have. Okay. Functions get position and get position. Return the current position of the drone. At the start position, they're both 0. The X. Num items returns how many you have. For example, number of items it returns how much you have. Okay. So, if number of items pumpkin and then equals and then a number or something, is that what we have to do? Possibly. If can harvest. Yeah, so sorry, I might have imagined a number yield function or something. Same as the top left numbers. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm willing to try it anyway, just because it seems like we're stuck. I mean, Tony mentioned that we can do this with a list of making a grid, but I don't know how. how he imagines me doing that. I have no idea how you're supposed to be doing that, so. And I don't know if if Tony is still watching, but yeah, I have no idea how to do that, so. Number items. Item. Oh wait, no, not item. Pumpkin or wait. There you're supposed to do it. Item. All right. Okay. So items dot pumpkin. Ah, there you go. That's how you're supposed to do it. Okay. If number items equals yeah, it probably takes from this one, I'm assuming. So like 6 by 6 is like what, 36, right? Equals 36 and can harvest, then run that. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, it needs to harvest first, of course. So we're just gonna do that. If can harvest, do that. Soil, plant. Try print. Print number items, items pumpkin, if you want to see the value. The value of what exactly? Sorry, I'm a bit confused now. Oh my god. In this stream, we're making no progress whatsoever. Last time we're getting a lot further. It was much easier to understand things than it is now. All right. I lost track of what I was doing. Or how I wanted to do it. If can harvest. We've got ground type, grasslands, till. Let's see. So right now it just does this. Yeah. Right now it just does what we had before. Oh, just to see what it does, you mean? Right, so Print. Num items. All right, like this, yeah. Num. Print num item. Pumpkin. Is that gonna do it? Expect a comma or a move. Close bracket. Why do I need to do a comma there all of a sudden? That doesn't make sense. Do it like this. No. Expect a comma or closing brackets. Like this. No. Need a double. Oh. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's just gonna do the number up there, yeah. Right. Yes, that just does the number up there. Oh, there you go. Tony has said something. Your first if statement is wrong. It will always fire if the ground is tilted. No matter if the pumpkin is dead or not. So it will also destroy good pumpkins. Right, yeah, I mean, if... Yeah, if it's soil, plant, pumpkin. Right. Right. But if I remove that, if I change it to and, so if that pumpkin and ground soil, then it will probably create another problem. The ore seemed to work fine earlier, but yeah, maybe you're right about that bit. But Tony, do you still think we can do the 6x6 thing with the list, with the grid? Because, I mean, you mentioned that, but then you didn't mention anything afterwards. So I have no idea. I have no idea how I would even go about doing that. Yeah, because now it goes back to this problem that we had before. Now it goes back to this problem where if a big one has been destroyed, it leaves an open space and it doesn't plant again. Which was fixed by the OR statement. The OR thing. Let's fix that bit. Seemed to fix it anyway. What if we check the get entity type? None. What? What do you mean? Like get entity type pumpkin and then none or something? Okay, ignore the lists. Right. So you want to check for nothing? For false or something? Hey. What do you mean by that? Get entity type. So if it's none, if it's nothing, instead of this, maybe you mean? And is that what you meant? Now it yeah, it skips the pumpkins again, the dead pumpkins. As I expected, I guess. Entity is dead pumpkin. There you go. Yeah, we check for none. The function get entity type returns none. Think if there is nothing underneath it. Well, if there's nothing underneath it, it just is a ground soil. We need the dead pumpkin check. But instead of the check soil, we also need to check none. Oh, instead of... Okay, instead of the soil, you mean? And an or something? So get entity type equal none. Ground is also soil. There is a good pumpkin. Right. Oh, right. There needs to be a thingy at the end. Alright, what does this do? Yeah, it ignores the dead pumpkins again now. Or we should do the or now. I'm not quite sure. I don't really understand what that would be supposed to be doing. Checking for nothing. That does not make sense to me personally. Checking for false, checking for nothing. Okay, it is getting rid of those now at least. So it does kind of seem to be working the way it was before. But I don't really understand how this bit works. Checking for none. Because basically checking if there is nothing, I guess. If there is nothing planned pumpkin, I guess is what it's saying, right? If there is a dead pumpkin planned, or if there is nothing there planned as well. Right. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think if I understand it correctly, then that makes sense to me now. Now if the statement is correct, we have made it future proof. Else we have problems later. Okay. Alright, so what are we to do about the 6x6 problem though? Because that still eludes us. So the number stuff didn't work out, really. I still feel like the 6 times 6 or whatever. I still feel like that should work, but I don't know how to make it work. If even possible. Let's first do a 2x2. Well, no matter what like number I put there, like if it don't work, it don't work. I don't even remember what I've tried by now. I've tried a few things. Is there like a hint in here somewhere? Let me read it again, just so. Partially, anyway. Million dollars again. The yield of a giant pumpkin depends on the size of the pumpkin. Right. So this is the size, this is the yield. Wait, when I was like trying to code it earlier, I was using this times thingy instead of an X. Maybe it works if I use X instead of the times. Because I was doing like 5 times 5 tile, but it should be maybe 5 times, or like 6x6. Maybe it works like that. Maybe that is the problem I had all along. Because I was using the wrong thingy there. Let's drink some tea first. Hold on. Inside a while loop, do a 6x6 for loop. And remove dead pumpkins until you have a count of good pumpkins that is equal to 36. What? You do a range instead of the entire map. Only do the requested pumpkin size. Or increment a counter every time a dead pumpkin is seen. Reset to 0 whenever you return. Keep going until you read 0. Guaranteed there is at least 6x6 pumpkin. We first place at 6x6, then we go over it again. All pumpkins are not dead. Right. Right. Okay, so let me just see if I understand what you mean. So we're just gonna, plant pumpkins, right? We're just gonna harvest the hay, till the ground, plant pumpkins. Then we wanted to check basically if can harvest. If can harvest, do nothing, basically. Right? Because we don't want the harvestables to be harvested. Well, basically we don't even have to do the harvest command. If you don't do the harvest command, it won't harvest, right? So if dead replace, which we're already doing, you're already doing that. But then how do we tell it to harvest once all of them are full? That I don't really understand. Inside a while loop, do a 6x6 for loop. And remove dead pumpkins. I'm not sure. I don't really know what that means. Do inside a while loop, do a 6x6 for loop. And remove dead pumpkins until you have a count of good pumpkins that equals 36. Okay, well. Let's see. If can harvest till and wait, what was I gonna do? And entity dot grass then harvest. There you go. So if it can harvest and the entity is grass, then I want it to check for the ground type, and then I want it to harvest the grass. Okay, it still harvests the pumpkins for some reason. It still harvests the regular pumpkins. I don't want it to do that. If can harvest and entity grass. It shouldn't harvest now though, right? Because it should be both. Both harvest and that one. Operators. Is that it? What if you remove harvest temporarily? Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to add it back in at some point. Because the thing is, we need to harvest the hay, right? Because I think if we don't harvest the hay, will it still till the ground? Oh, it will. Oh, never mind. I thought it wouldn't. I thought it wouldn't get rid of the hay. That's why we did it. That's why I did it that way. Okay, yeah, so now it only gets rid of the dead ones. There you go. Boom. Mega pumpkin. All right. Alright, so I mean, that is working. This bit. At the end of the loop, check if you have 6x6 good pumpkins. If yes, then collect. Yeah, the thing is, I don't know how to make it check if there are. That is basically the problem I'm walking into. I don't know how to check for having the pumpkins in the field, that many specifically. Alright, but this is working, so we're getting rid of all the dead ones. At the start of the loop, set a counter to 0. Counter, yeah, but how? Have I even unlocked a counter? Do I even know how to do that? This is where the... Oh, the eye... Okay, it comes in handy. That stuff. Oh, okay, so that is the counter stuff you guys mentioned. Where was that? Variables? Okay, that was this bit. The stuff that gave me a headache. Okay, fun. Fun. You need to use bool call, something like all planted equals false. Let's set it true. Of the wild loop and put in the F statement for harvesting if all planted is equal to true. That was a whole bunch of Latin to me. Yeah, we have variables. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we have variables. That's right. Yeah, this is the counter stuff, I suppose. Yeah. Whenever you see a harvestable pumpkin, counter 1. Okay. So where do I start the counter? Do I start it inside this area? Like in between these two? Or do we start it all the way at the very beginning of the loop, like over here? Where will we even start that? And my guess is like over here. Like in between here, I suppose. For the ranges after the wild true. Alright, so over here. So this bit. Alright, so then how do we do this? So we wanted to count. Okay. So yeah, we need to use this stuff. The stuff that I did not understand whatsoever. Okay. One way to do it is counter equals 0 after while true. Hold on, let's see. A lot of people, a lot of different messages. Whenever you see harvestable pumpkin, counter +1. Yeah. So counter to 0. You need outside 2 pumpkins for a loop. You need outside the 2 for loops. Okay, yeah, outside the 2 for loops. Check if all of your pumpkins could be done with counter. Harvested matches. The end of the north for loop. You increment the counter. Or variable. Pumpkin is good. At the end of the bow for loop, you check if the counter. Let's see if all the good pumpkins. The night bot and Streamlabs bot in chat making it really hard to read stuff sometimes. All right. Yeah, we do have the +1 stuff or whatever. We do have that. Okay, I just don't understand how we're supposed to use that stuff. Like, what do I write down? What do I write down and why to start, like, the counter? To start counting pumpkins specifically. What, like, how do I even do that? Because I don't understand this stuff. This is gibberish to me. I have no idea what any of this... I just don't get it. So I have no idea where to start at this. I've got no clue. Zero. Counter equals 0. Is that literally what we type? Counter equals 0? Is that what we need to do? Good pumpkin 0. Whatever you want to name it. Okay, yeah, because it doesn't seem to register anything. So for me, that means it's not working. All right. All right, so counter equals 0. All right, and then what? Okay, so yeah, okay, so counter, that's like the I, right? So like, right, hold on. Pumpkin count equals 0. That's what we're gonna call it. Okay. So pumpkin count equals the I in this example, right? And then equals 0. That is the start. And then what? How do we make it count up exactly? We need ways to increment it. Yeah. Just need to... Now you increment just die counter. And... plus equal 1. When you know you are on a good pumpkin. Oh, hey, Foodie. I didn't see you in chat. Good to see you there. Typically, a variable can be anything. It can store a text or a number. Then we can use it at a later point and manipulate its contents. Like if you had a times equal to, and then you go times +1, then it would have 3. Right. Increment counter in an F statement where you're checking if the pumpkin is a good pumpkin. If. After your if statements, you can add another if and check if the entity is a good pumpkin. And if not, okay. After the if statements, okay. All right, right. So, yeah. If entity type is dead pumpkin or entity type none, then it will plant a pumpkin. If this doesn't trigger, if the statement is false, then we add 1, right? That is what you want to do, correct? So can we just add that to the back of this? Wait. How though? Like where do we add 1? So then we do pumpkin count. Yeah, plus equal 1, right? Then we have to do like pumpkin count plus equal 1. That will increment on grass, I think. They need to know when do we want it to go up. When do we check if the pumpkin is good? We already check if the pumpkin is good, so your job is to find where. Right. Yeah, I really don't, I don't understand how this stuff works. I just really don't. I don't know what to do here. I don't know how or where to check because I don't understand the very basics of this. I feel like I don't know how to do this. Where to put this. Don't even know where to start. A pumpkin count plus equal 1. Is that what we're supposed to do? But like, where do we put that? If this is even correct. was correct, but we can delete the entire if statement because it's useless in what we do here. We always will till the ground at the moment. You want me to remove this if statement? But if we till the ground when there is a pumpkin, it will just get destroyed, no? I think. Maybe comment all the code and do the basic exercise of counting grass. Counting grass. Remember the inside of your double loop is where every tile code runs. Placement is fine there, but it needs an if statement to check for good pumpkin before. Yeah, so we need if and that needs to be on like a second line then. If entity equals pumpkin, that, right? Plus 1. So now technically it should be counting. Can we see that somewhere? Do we need to use like the print function for that or something? All right, so now we have a big pumpkin. Because of course that works already. If entities pumpkins, I don't think that is correct. Well, it needs to check every single pumpkin, no? So if the entity is a pumpkin, then probably need to do get entity type. Why is that? Oh, right, because it looks on the ground. Yeah, no, okay, I get that. Yeah. Get entity type. And then entity dot pumpkin. And then we need to do this with the thingy, right? If entity type equals entity pumpkin. That's how we need to do it, right? Use the quick print. Yeah, but how do I use the quick print for that? Print. Because again, this is something I understand how to print in the sky or whatever, but I don't really know how to use anything else. Writing an error sometimes to be a bit slow if you want to print the values. In this case, you can use a quick print function, which prints only if to the output window. Okay, so then we do quick quick print. We do that or something. But how does it know to count the... requires at least one argument. It needs to be like inside or something. Is that what it needs to do? Expect a comma or closing bracket. Brent can harvest. Get position. Put a variable name inside of it. A variable name? The entity pumpkin, you mean? Quick print whatever you want to print. So in this example, pumpkin count. Okay, yeah, I don't really understand. I don't really understand this properly. Yeah, but then we still need to do this. Like, where do we put this then? I guess we do it like that then, maybe. Output page. All right, so it's counting now, or whatever, but it's okay. It seems to be counting up to like crazy numbers. I'm not sure if we're doing it right. $64. Wait, well, where is it getting the 64 from? Wait, is my math that bad? We have 6 by 6 tile now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, we have an 8 tile right now. Oh. I forgot we upgraded. We upgraded to an 8 by 8 earlier. Oh, I thought we still had a 6 by 6. That is my confusion. That is my confusion right there. I thought it was 6 by 6. Okay. 8 by 8. Okay, okay. 64 makes sense then. I guess it makes sense. All right. Fine. Mega Pumpkin, yes. You have to start the player in the bottom left too. What do you mean? Start the player? All right, so we have it counting up to 64 now. That's what we have it do now. So what now we do if pumpkin count equals 64 harvest? Is that what we maybe do now? Correct me if I'm wrong. But that kind of makes sense to me. If pumpkin count equals 64 harvest. see if that works. After about 3 hours, it would be nice to have finally an achievement. Oh, wait, what is it doing? Wait, no, that's not what we want to do. Okay, no, it's every time it hits the 64 or something. That's why you reset it once it hits 64. Okay, wait, I think I'm missing some conversation. The pumpkin count needs to be above the wild true. Needs to be above it. That wouldn't reset. Wrong. That's why you reset it once it hits 64. Yes, but now we'll have a problem with the harvest, right? We place and up our counter and continues. At the end, we have 64, we harvest, but then we haven't checked if they are all good pumpkins. That's why it's a good idea to place it after the wild true and before the ranges. Reduce the if statement to if get entity exclamation mark equal pumpkin, then nest if can harvest, then proceed to tilling and planting. You mean adding like the definition stuff or whatever? I am very basic at this, so I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but I haven't even attempted the definition stuff yet because that gave me a headache. So I'm not quite sure what to do with that. With that information. It'll work if you move the if pumpkin count to line 3 of the program. Line 3, 1, 2, 3 here. What you do is you harvest if count is equal to 64 pumpkins. Get your man, it's hard. Send in chat without tabs. Line 2. Otherwise it will always be 0. Oh, it needs to be in line 2. Okay, well, we got a big pumpkin again. Yeah. All right. All right, so now we do this. Like if pumpkin sound harvest. Oh wait, no, we had that up here already. All right, so that didn't work then. The having it up there. Should be on line 2, not 3. So it should be 1 above. Like on the same line, or Sorry, I'm a little bit confused now. Doesn't pumpkin count 0 need to be there? Should be in line 2, not 3. Is it me, or does it go over the harvest time every column? Yeah, that's what I thought it was doing too. I thought it was doing that as well. Yeah, it counts like every column, it seems. Up to 64, yeah. Yeah, every, like, column somehow reaches 64. And then it resets. That's confusing. It doesn't count all the pumpkins in the entire field. It counts one. It counts somehow 64 in one row. Somehow. Thanks for subscribing, by the way, there, Brian. Sorry I didn't respond earlier. I just remembered. Alright, in line 2. Can we check slowly? What are the number changes when we switch per tile? The reset count, the separate F statement, where you check if count is equal to 64. I Line 2 should be on line 3. Line 3 should be on line 2. Okay. So it should be like this or something? Or well, the harvest would be beyond that then. Like this. Maybe. I mean, it seems that it's incrementing the count right after planting. The pumpkin there isn't fully grown to know that it's good or not. That's why the harvest check said the loop is a bad idea. Quick brand should be brand so we can get cool air branding effect sheltering. Here's what you gotta do step by step. Check if the ground has no pumpkin or dead pumpkins. Till then plant, have a separated statement where you check if the count is equal to 64 if it is harvest. Make sure the pumpkin count is outside of the while loop. You're saying it has to be outside the while loop. Everybody is saying different things. Yeah, I don't go into Discord calls, especially with people who I've never met before, to prevent, you know, weird stuff from being said on stream. So I don't do that. No, only pumpkin count equal to 0. Put it above while true. Place the pumpkin count outside of the if statement. Below the harvest. But not inside the if. Alright, so we do it like this then. But it should be outside the while true. Above the while loop. Should we indent that as well then? I'm not sure. Pumpkin count has never been defined. Right, so yeah, this has to be above this one, otherwise it hasn't been defined. Or something. Yeah, now it's defined. It's still counting like crazy right now. Up to a crazy number. I'm not sure if this is working. Now we never harvest. Right. Why do I think that happens now? I've got no clue. I'm literally just doing what you guys are telling me to do. I do not understand this one bit. I have no clue what I'm doing with the count stuff. The count stuff I do not understand whatsoever. I'm just relying on you guys to help me with this because I just don't understand it. I don't know what I'm doing. I've got no grip on this whatsoever. But yeah, now we never harvest it because it's not in the loop, so it doesn't do that. But yeah, I mean this. Should it be over here or something? Like at the very end of the loop? If pumpkin count equals a number. But I mean, this number is crazy anyway. Like it goes up way too high now. And I don't know. I don't understand why. We didn't do this before. We had it in the while loop. Now let's see. I'm missing a lot of messages in between stuff. Put it above the while loop. Click behind. I'm just trying to filter through what one person says right now because reading all the different messages from different people makes it very confusing. Were you setting the count to 0? Remove that whole statement. Yes, think about it. You can only use it if you've created it by setting it to 0. You're creating it with an initial value of 0. Just remove all code inside your for north loop and think step by step what you want the program to do. Inside your for north loop. Well, I mean, everything is working as it is. That I'm only trying to implement the count that you guys tell me to implement. To count the pumpkins and then to harvest the maximum amount of pumpkins. I don't know like how to do that. I'm literally just listening to you guys. So I have no idea. Basically write in English what do you want to do step by step, then try to replace that with code. I mean, that's what we've been doing already. Like, we are at that point. I've written down everything I want to do in code already. It's not working. You need to understand what you're doing. You don't know what to change to make it fit your goal. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've been saying. I have no idea what I'm doing with this. I don't know how to count stuff works. I understand everything else. I understand how or why it plants a pumpkin, how or why it tilts the ground, how or why or when it does or does not harvest. But implementing the count stuff, that I don't understand. For that, I'm literally just reading chat to all the suggestions. I don't know how the count stuff works. This entire stream, I've just been taking advice from you guys about that. Best to start over. Yeah, let's start the stream again all the way from the beginning. Let's just play for another 3 hours trying to get it right. That's why I said just do it in English first. I don't see how that helps me writing it down normally. I mean, I'm like, this all makes sense to me. This stuff all makes sense to me, but I don't see how quick printing the pumpkin count makes the game recognize what it's supposed to be doing. How do you know when you have a big single pumpkin? That's literally what we're trying to find out. That is what we're doing the counting for, weren't we? Figuring out when the big pumpkin forms, that is what we were trying to figure out with the counting somehow. I don't understand it. But that is what we were trying to do. What is your step 1 for making the mega big pumpkin? Literally this code right here. That's step 1. planting it. Make sure it gets planted. Tilling the ground if it isn't tilled. Like that. This bit works. It's making the big pumpkin. Now we just need to figure out when and how to harvest it all after it's being made. You say too much. What is step one? I don't know what you want me to say. How do big pumpkins are created? Well, if the entire thing is full. If there's a 2x2 next to each other, that's how it gets created. Or a 3x3, or a 4x4, or a 5x5, or a 6x6, or an 8x8 in this sense. Try to changing line 1 to pumpkin count 64, and then counting line. And the counting line to pumpkin count 1. All right, let me try that. I don't know how or why, but all right. Changing line 1. Pumpkin count 64. Okay, 64. And counting line, and the counting line to pumpkin count 1 minus equal 1. Minus equal 1, that one you mean? It counts down too quickly. Like for some reason it counts 1 as multiple. Sometimes. Let's see. B-samp. Change that one. Yep, done that. Move the if equal pumpkin. Then add to pumpkin count block to the very beginning of the while loop. You're planting before you are determining what's there. What? Move the if equal pumpkin? Oh, the one at the very end. That one? The one at the very end, you mean? Block to the very beginning. Oh, wait. Not the very beginning, sorry. Get. Okay, I'm Yeah, I'm just trying to listen to one person at a time right now. Because there's like a couple of people saying a different thing, and I'm just trying to figure out which one is actually correct. Because I haven't no clue whatsoever. All right, we'll try something else then. Yeah, but Jay's suggestion is just delete everything, write everything down how you want it to be, start all over, and spend another 2 hours on this live stream. That's basically what that suggestion is. And I can't afford to spend that much time again. At this point, I would be fine with anybody just spoiling the entire answer. Because we've been trying to figure this out for the past 2 hours at least, and I'm just getting so frustrated from it. It's already almost midnight here. I don't want to spend up until 2 a.m. like redoing everything. Because this works, doesn't it? Like, unless it doesn't work, like, unless everything needs to be scrapped because it doesn't work, then I can delete it. But it works. Like, it makes the pumpkin. We're making the pumpkin. We're making the big pumpkin right now. I just need a way to figure out, how do we make the drone recognize that there's an 8x8 pumpkin there? And afterwards, after it recognizes the 8x8 pumpkin, then we need it to harvest it. Like, that's what we need to do. And I don't know how to make the drone recognize it. That is what I don't know. I don't know how to make this counter stuff work, how to make it recognize it. Just remove the if statements. Before, I'll send you a doc. If you need frustrated, you need to take a break. Well, I can't just end the stream here and take a break, because then we would have achieved nothing this entire stream, and that would frustrate me even more. Having spent 4 hours on something that hasn't been achieved. Because we've literally done nothing this stream. We've literally spent 4 hours reading the docs, and not actually getting anything done. That is very frustrating. The reason you have to use a counter is because you can't tell if you're hovering over a giant pumpkin or not. Right. Okay, so yeah, well, how do we do that? How do we make it recognize? How do we count all the pumpkins and then... Because it seems like it's just counting too quickly or something every single tile. It does like multiple... It counts multiple every single tile, it seems. Maybe it does the value of the pumpkin. Like, maybe instead of counting one pumpkin, it actually does the value that one pumpkin has. So 1 pumpkin, I believe, equals like 8 because of the upgrades that we have. And the bigger they are, the more they're worth. Right? Beginning that you have 64 pumpkins, you know that every slot is full of good pumpkins, then you can harvest it. That's why I'm saying just remove the if statements. Inside the for north loop, you have 3 if statements in there. Oh, it is not the value, else we would have already been at 10,000. Alright. I don't know why you want me to delete it. Like I don't understand what that achieves. What does me deleting this achieve? Like, I mean, we can start a new one. There you go. I'm gonna save that one because I just don't want to lose that. All right, deleting if statements. Like I don't know what that achieves. I have no clue what that achieves. It seems like a we just have to redo a lot of stuff that makes no sense to me whatsoever. But at this point, I'll listen. I'll just listen, shut up, and it's meant for clarity. Yeah, but it brings me the opposite. It brings me more frustration because it means I've been wasting time writing it, even though it works. If it already works, don't break it. You know, like. So what now? What do we do now? If statements are removed. Where do we go from here? We wanted to plant pumpkins. We wanted to till ground. Eventually, we wanted to harvest. And we wanted to count, apparently. I'm pasting the code to you in Discord, Var. Sent you a DM with what I just put into the other thing. If you want to play around with it, like you said. All right, let's see. Where do we go from here? What's everybody saying? Yeah, so Foodie, what we're trying to do, how pumpkins work is 1 pumpkin is like worth a certain value of pumpkins, right? If you destroy 1 pumpkin, with the upgrades that we have, we get like 8 pumpkins. But if you have a 2x2 pumpkin, you get more of it. It's explained right here. Like a 2x2 yields 2 times 2 times 2. So it adds, it gives you extra pumpkins if you make it big. And to make it big, you need to do like a 2x2 or a 3x3 or a 4x4. And the bigger the pumpkin is, the more you receive. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make it as big as we can. Then we need the drone to recognize it. And then we need to harvest it once we have like a full thing. Basically. Let's see. Yeah, like I said earlier, I don't want to go into a Discord call for whatever reason with somebody I don't know. Let's see. What else is everybody saying? Yeah, I don't know if we can check for the size. Like, that's something I've tried. Like, I don't think there's like a size or like, there's no way to check size for as far as I'm aware. That's kind of the problem. For as far as I'm aware, anyway. We would suggest change the for loops by to use a 2x2 instead of a full grid. Easier to see what the count does in that situation as well. That's why you have to count how many good pumpkins you have. Yeah, I get the principle. I get why we have to count how many we have. I just don't know how to count it properly, because apparently it goes into the thousands now. Yeah, you can make it a smaller farm. Yeah, with that one, set world size. Place an if statement, an if statement that says if count is equal to 64, count to 0. Just the whole point is to count to 64 if you don't want to let the count go above that. Place an if statement that says if count is equal to 64. What? Yeah, I mean, I can place a. Okay. Is the count stuff good though? Like, is what we have right now with the count stuff, can we all agree whether or not that's good? Pumpkin count 64 at the very beginning of the code. Is that good, or do we just delete the whole thing? Set the count to 0 if it's equal to 64. It would set to 0 at the start. We can only do this with a count. Do you have any good pumpkins at the start of the farm? No, obviously not. Start of the farm is only hay. Do you have any good pumpkins after you 2 4 end loops? What? Yeah, foodie, to me, everything I had here seemed good. Like, literally everything inside of... Everything except the count stuff. Like, that seemed fine to me. Like, discount stuff and discount stuff, if you remove that, everything works. We make a big pumpkin. All of that works just fine. To me, anyway. But apparently, everybody sees problems that I don't see. Step 1 is stilling. Yeah, I don't, God damn it. All right. I'm just deleting the whole damn thing. We have it in this one right here, so it's not lost, but I'm getting so frustrated right now because everybody says something different. Nobody seems to be able to agree on how it's supposed to work. So frustrating. Okay. What we want. Stilling. Oh, hold on. I'm writing in caps, apparently. God damn it. Stilling. Planting pumpkin. Counting 8 by 8 pumpkin. Harvest. Profit. End stream. Go sleep. All right, that's what we want to do, chat. I've written it down. I've written down everything we needed to do. Those are our goals right now. Those are the goals. Not a valid statement. Apparently wanting to go sleep is not a valid statement. F you, game. It doesn't even allow me to write it down like that. Not a valid statement. F you. Alright. We've written it down. Now what? I deleted it all. We've written it down. What we need to do. First you need the 24 loops. What? The 4 loops? Right. Okay. So we need this, right? These loops. That's what we need. Hmm. The moves. Oh, like move east and move right. That. But I mean, that has to be like at the very end, right? So it has to be like that or something. There you go. Move north, move east. Need to indent one more time on the moves. Alright, on these ones. Alright. You want me to run the command now? I mean, this will just move through the thing. If it doesn't give an error. What does it say? Not enough. Needs even more, apparently. Right. Moves through. Right. I mean, yeah, that's just like this code, obviously. Though for some reason, this one has to be indented further than this one, which is strange. Because here it's equal to the first 4, and here is equal to the second 4. Alright, so I don't really understand why, but it doesn't matter. It works. Alright, move north needs to be in the end. Floor loop and move east needs to be in the east. What? I'm not sure what you mean by that. But I think what I have right now, no? Now where the north for loop is created is create a space between it and the move function. Use measure on pumpkin. I don't think measure is a thing we can do. No, that's not a thing we can do. I think. Is it? I don't know. I'm just doing what Jay is saying now. I'm at my ends with this game. After 4 hours, I'm so done with it right now. Supposed to be beginner friendly. Lol. Biggest joke ever. I mean, yeah, the first 3 hours of the game are beginner friendly, but after that, these pumpkins are hell. Think about what you have to do first. You have to tell... What? Think about what you have to do first. You have to tell you have to plant. Still, right. Right, so you want me to do the till command now? That's what you're saying? Till. Alright, I mean, that will till everything, obviously. And then it will untill it because there's no if statement. Yeah, only under correct conditions, just like we did before. We want to detect whether or not it's a dead pumpkin and whether or not it's ground. In this case, we had the none statement, the get entity type none, which worked. So we use that one then. Looking at the wrong part. Oh, right. Yeah, that was the pumpkin stuff. Sorry, yeah. Like I said, it's been a 4-hour stream of not achieving anything, so I'm getting a bit cranky and annoyed. Restarting from 0, which took me 4 hours. Yeah, so it's this part. If can harvest, entity grass, and if can get ground stuff, whatever. This. The indentation is too much now. Not enough indentation for that one, right? That one goes like that. Okay. There you go. We're doing this now. So now what? We're tilling the ground if it can be harvested and if there is grass. And if that is the case, now we till. Yeah, now we want to plant. So then this one. And we got a giant pumpkin. There you go. You can actually see what we're doing a little bit better. Do you have else statements? I think so. Yes. Yes, we do. Haven't used them yet, but we do. Which step are we at? Well, planting right now. I guess we have to count now, and then we have to harvest, and then we have to profit, and then we have to stream, and then we have to go to sleep. Put one right after the second if statement. Okay. Like underneath it. Else. Now to counting or something? Else counting? Actually, it's an if statement where you check if the pumpkin is a good pumpkin. Right, not an else. So this one. Wait, hold on. I'm really getting tired now. Damn it. I'm getting too tired. Let's see. What did you say? Getting confused now. Just do an if statement where you check if the pumpkin is a good pumpkin. Underneath the second if you have right now. It's a good pumpkin and increase the counter. We'll have to create a counter and put it above the wild true. We had it before, then increment it in the second statement. Check if it's a good pumpkin. Right. So this one. If entity type equals pumpkin. That one. If it's a good pumpkin, then increase counter. Plus equal 1, right? Plus equal 1. Let's see if it's a good counter to increase a counter. We'll have to create a counter and put it above the wild true. Right. Pumpkin count. Above wild true. Making it 0 probably then. Because now we have to count every good pumpkin. So basically, if the statement says there is an empty pumpkin, not at that one, yes, now inside the counter. At 1, because now we know you're over a good pumpkin. You also have to define the counter above while true. Define it how? It has to be set to 0. Yeah, we have 0 now. You think the measure thing works? Man, I would be so upset if that did. At this point, I don't even want to try anymore. The measure thing, because I would be so upset if it did work. I would rage quit if it did. Because why didn't the game tell me that that was ever an option? Why didn't the game tell me that measure was a thing I could do? That would make me so angry. It really would. Now I need to make a new if statement that checks if the count is equal to 64 and harvest, right? So how do we do that? So like if pumpkin count equals 64 harvest, right? Do we put it on the same indentation? I don't know. If pumpkin count equals 64, or well, just one equal thing, I think. One equal thing. Harvest. Right? Oh, it is 2 of those? Okay. I thought only 1. Because that's how we do it here. Count equal 1. Alright. There needs to be 2 equals. Okay. Up top as well? 1 assigns compares. Okay. Alright, so what do we do now? Is it done now? Should this work? Alright, clear. You have to move the if statement back. Back? Which one? All of these? You have to set the harvest count to 0 after you harvest. Pumpkin count. Okay. How? I don't. Okay, so harvest and then and then pumpkin count minus 64 or something. After the harvest. If pumpkin count 64, harvest and minus 64, right? That makes sense to me. Oh, okay. Set pumpkin count 0 for each loop of the while true. Half pumpkin count needs to be moved back. Back? Invalid. Is this it? Or do we need to do anything else? One more time back? Yeah, we're not outputting the count now though, so we're not like seeing it. Yeah. Okay, so this needs to be one more back. Like that. It doesn't remove the dead pumpkins now. For some reason. So what do we do now, Jay? It's not doing the dead pumpkins, and it's not doing the ground soil now. If I do it like this, it did work. It seems. Wait, what? Now that doesn't work anymore either. Did I accidentally change something? Now I'm very confused. What? Did I accidentally change something? It worked like a second ago. It's not planting the... Oh my god. I know this helps a little bit. Yeah, we do have that unlocked, but I'm not really sure what to do with that, to be honest. No clue. Put the if statement back. Back where? Exactly. Because we moved it like 5 times now. I lost track of where it's supposed to be now. It worked fine at first before putting it back. No, that doesn't work either. The if entity type is equal to pumpkin in the pumpkin count. So you want me to push it to the right side? Move them back. Move them back where? Somehow it is broken now. It doesn't plant anything anymore. Still get entity type. Entity dead pumpkin or none. Plant pumpkin. Move them back to where the can harvest if statement is. All the way back there. Too much indentation here. Too much indentation. Too much indentation. Yeah, if I move it that far back, it's too much indentation. Doesn't work. No, you keep moving it to the right. You mean left. Yeah, because you said push it back. Back meaning to the right side, in my mind. Okay, there I go. So you want me to move it to the left side. Alright, how far do you want me to move it? Like this or something? Aligned vertically with the can harvest statement. Aligned vertically with the can harvest statement. With this one. Okay. Oh, god damn it, you're right. It's because we have 0 carrots. That's why it's not planting anything. Yeah, we ran out of carrots after playing for 4.5 hours, not achieving anything. We made so many pumpkins that we ran out of carrots. That's the reason why. You're right. I can't really increase the yield of carrots right now. Alright, so what do we do now? It's aligned with the if can harvest statement. What is the next step? Just scrolling through stuff, see if I missed anything obvious while waiting. We need to move the if dead pumpkin or none if statement to the left by 1. The if dead or none. Okay. So it's aligned with the it can harvest statement. Alright, now we're planting the pumpkins again, now that we have carrots. But it keeps deleting the last one now. Which is the same problem we had before. Because now we're just right back to where we started, basically. Like 40 minutes, an hour ago. Might move it back. That one. Now it doesn't do this one anymore. Yeah, we're not even printing the thing right now because we haven't implemented that. We haven't done the quick print. Move it back to the left. Which one specifically? Which one are we putting back to the left? To where? Whew. Yeah, after the stream, I'm shutting down my PC. It's almost 1 a.m. here in the Netherlands, so I just don't want to end the stream right now on a complete failure. Because if we do not manage to get this done, that means that the entire stream has been worthless, basically. We have not been able to get anywhere. We have not been able to get one step further in the game this entire stream if we do not accomplish this. That's why I'm getting a bit cranky. Because we're right back where we started an hour ago as well. Managed to get it done and you don't understand why. Will it feel good for you? At this point, yes. Right now, I mean, that's what I said, like a while back is, if anybody has the answer, just give it to me, because at that point I just wanted to get it done. But everybody had different answers, so I didn't know what to follow. Move F. Move F. Move the if that pumpkin in back to the left again. Alright. If that pumpkin to the left. Alright. Not gonna waste any more carrots. I mean, we only have 10,000, you know? 10,000 is not that money. Not that many. If entity type entities pumpkins and can harvest. That will only count harvestable ones, I think. Well, that will harvest each individual one, right? That will harvest each individual small pumpkin rather than letting it grow into a bigger one, I believe. Move that dead if pumpkin to the left one more time. One more again, okay. That's where we were earlier. Yeah, I'm just trying to do what Jay is telling me right now, see if it works, and then it will be somebody else's chance if it doesn't. I want to give it a try, you know? Move the command to 1. To the right. The command's 1. Oh, here. That one. Yeah, we kept changing things. Now it... Now it deletes the first one. Oh my god. Now it deletes the first line. Oh my god. Yeah, that did not work. That did not fix things. Certainly not. So, T, you still there? Or J, I mean, sorry. I can't even say names anymore now. J Dowbry. What are we doing now, bro? All right, let's see. The only problem right now is pumpkin count checking if equal to 64. That we could temporarily fix us by increasing the number. I'm not exactly sure what though. You ran out of carrots, Var. Yeah, that's what I had earlier as well. But have you found out what to do, Var? Feel free to send it to me on Discord if you want. If you have. Because it's been a 5-hour stream almost, so. And this past hour, retracing our steps, we're just right back where we started. So. I'm really getting too tired now. Your code runs 8 times if statements and then moves 1 time to the north. Trying to figure out what the problem. 64 times 64 as pumpkin count. Like when you're checking it. Probably has to be less than that. Actually, probably 6 times. So what do you want me to do? Because I'm very confused. Grab both of those, see if either of those work. Alright, first I'm gonna try something else real quick. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's all I have to say. So this is what we had like an hour ago. This is what I sent Var earlier on Discord. And what did she do with it? She made the count 0. Great pumpkin. Great pumpkin equals get world size times get world size. World size. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sounds so obvious right now. because the world size is 8 by 8 right now, or however big your farm is at that moment in time. Well, true, if pumpkin count equals great pumpkin harvest. Pumpkin count 0. Or east. Alright, so that is like the same. Wait, hold on. Let me stop that so I can read it properly. It's like this. A little bit. Yeah, so east. If get entity type equals pumpkin count. Yeah, so that's this one. Put that like on the front. Yeah. Okay. If get ground type grassland till plant. Let me see. Yeah, so this is the same code I used there. That's that one. And yeah, you did, instead of if can harvest. Right. What did we do here? Yeah, we did if can till ground, yeah, whatever. Okay. If get ground type, if it equals to grassland till, and then plant pumpkin, and then this one if there's dead pumpkins or if there's nothing. If pumpkin count and great pumpkin equals great pumpkin harvest. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did not understand the counting stuff. I did not understand that one bit. And I guess this one I did not do right either, I suppose. If can harvest grass entity, if get ground type grassland. Well, I mean, it's like... Yeah, I did this in the beginning because I thought it wouldn't till otherwise. But I guess it does till otherwise. I thought you had to harvest it at first, which is why we had this code, yes. That's like redundant information, I suppose. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm too tired to properly understand it anyway. Why, what does or does not work. Ah, my goodness. What mine does is it loops across and plants then checks the count on the future passes. This gives the time for the pumpkins to grow or die. Yeah. Start pumpkin count, get world size. Great pumpkin. Well, true, that's a loop. If pumpkin count ever reaches great pumpkin size, the world size, then we harvest it. Okay, but why is there 2 times the count 0? Oh, that's to set it again, right? Like after harvesting, reset the counter, right? Is that it? So here you start the counter, kind of, and then you reset it. Or how does that work? Wait, no, I don't think it does. Does it? I don't even know. Because it needs the var to define before it can check. The if statements. Yeah, like I said, I'm too tired. I'm too tired to understand that right now. Anyway, it's been a 5-hour stream. And thanks to VAR, we've... well, I mean, everybody tried to help out, of course, but, like, nothing worked. I'm wondering now, though, if what Foodie mentioned earlier, if that works as well. Maybe. I mean, that would make me really upset if it did. And I definitely don't want to try it right now because I'm too tired. But Foodie, what did you say again? You had like the... what was that word again that you were using? Measure, right? Like measure or something? Yeah. I mean, I don't even know how to use that. I'm just very frustrated right now because it feels like I came up with so many good things. I came up with like trying to do the the 6x6 to check that, but that didn't work. It didn't register, or I didn't know how to do it properly. But maybe if you do like measure it, I know, measure 6x6 or something like I don't even know at this point. But that was never explained to me either, that was even an option. Like I never saw that in any of the in any of the documentation. I never saw that as an option. I mean, my guess is it can be found somewhere within here, maybe. Perhaps. In one of the many tabs. Perhaps. But I don't see it. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. Are your moves in the right place? Oh, I got all the moves. Don't you worry about that. I mean, the moving works just fine, it seems, you know. You go across to the other side, move, go up. Seems to work just fine. It's, yeah, it's the same as yours, I think. Yeah, it's the same, I'm pretty sure. No, the move will only run after 8 times the if statements. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Not quite sure. Anyway, that's why you get the 64 every column. Yeah, but I don't know what you mean by running it 8 times. Like, how is it running 8 times? I don't see it. I don't see how it's running 8 times. Personally. And if I don't see it, I don't know how to fix it. To me, it looks like it's 1 step each time. So, like, I don't know where you're getting the 8 times from. You check every tile 8 times. Then you move. Yeah, okay. I mean, I get what you're saying. But I don't know how and why. Like, where is it moving 8 times? How do I prevent it from moving 8 times? Because I don't see it. How would I fix it running 8 times? Because it looks the same as on Var's code. I mean, that's because I gave her this code, basically. This same one. No, this same one I gave her. And she altered it. She improved it, made it better, because mine sucked, apparently. I think if you add 1 more tab in front of each. Like that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the if is right there. Okay. Oh, yeah, it wasn't the same. Yeah, now I kind of see it. Yeah, you have over 30 years of coding behind you. Wait, why is it not putting the carrots in now? Oh, yeah, it's because I don't have the, yeah. Anyway, this code was, like, broken, I guess, because we changed it so many times that I don't even know what it started with anymore. Pumpkin fail. There you go. Fail numero 1. There you go. Pumpkin fail numero 1. And I mean, this just started not working as well. We were just right back where we started. Fail 2. There you go. Spend over an hour trying to destroy everything, rewrite it, basically, and we're right back where we started. There you go. Alright, so this... Oh, I ran out of, like, characters to use. Can't write anymore. There you go. Actually, this is like this will just do whatever the world size is, right? Max pumpkin farm, basically. Whatever the world size. There you go. It will just do like whatever. I don't remember. Did this one work? Sort of. Yeah, this one just did the basic pumpkins, right? Yeah, it didn't wait, obviously, until... Change the move thing again. Yeah, I mean, this worked gathering pumpkins. It just didn't, you know, it wasn't optimized for the big pumpkins. This one worked, seemed to work just fine. World size. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna look at all this not tomorrow, because tomorrow is well, the last day of the year. I'm not gonna be home, so I'm gonna look at this some other time when I'm not too tired. Var, thank you so much for the final working code, and I'll try to wrap my head around why mine did not do what I wanted to do, and why. Well, I think I understand why yours does work, but I need to look at it when I am not too tired. Everybody else who helped, of course, or at least tried to help, thank you as well. I know everybody tried to do their best to make it work. But, you know, just like in the Olympics, there can only be one number one. And our number one is VAR. So, it's amazing. Thank you all so much for being here, hanging out. I hope you all, I guess, enjoyed this 5-hour stream of frustration and failure. And finally, at the very end, a win. Hope you all will have a wonderful last day of the year. And I hope, of course, you will all have a wonderful new year ahead of you. I will not be live streaming tomorrow. But I will be live streaming again on January 1st, 2026. I don't know exactly what yet. Probably... that other game that we were playing recently. Which game was that again? The last Starship, I think. Yes, we're probably going to be playing that one again on the new year, and then the day afterwards we might, if I have had time to look at this again, then maybe we'll do another stream of this game on the 2nd day of January. Anyway, thanks for being here. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful rest of the year, and have a wonderful new year. And till next time.